Good afternoon, colleagues. Please take your seat. We will be beginning. Thank you. So good afternoon. We are resuming working group 2. This afternoon, we will continue the consideration of CRPs. If we manage to finish looking at the CRPs on our list and there's time remaining in this session, we will have the 2 Friends of the Chair groups. That would be on climate and Nagoya Protocol, Article 4.4. And we will make an announcement at the end of this session. So therefore, if we finish early, it'll be immediately, in whatever case, it'll be immediately after the conclusion of this session today. Those 2 Friends of the Chair will meet on climate and Nagoya Protocol, Article 4.4. Thank you. We will now consider our CRP, as we did before, CRP 9 on CRP 9 on conservation and sustainable use of marine and coastal biodiversity. So we have CRP 9 before us. We are now on the 3rd preambular paragraph, starting with acknowledging the importance. I see no requests for the floor. That preamble paragraph is approved. Looking at the recognizing the importance. I see no requests for the floor. That preambulatory paragraph is approved. Looking now at paragraph 1. The first preamblatory bit of paragraph 1 welcomes. I see no requests for the floor. That part is approved. Paragraph 1A, impacts of. I see no requests to the floor. 1A is approved. 1B, impacts of marine. I see no requests to the floor. 1B is approved. 1C, experiences with the. I see no requests for the floor. Para 1C is approved. 1D, efforts to implement. I see no requests for the floor. Paragraph 1D is approved. 1E, efforts to implement the voluntary. I see no requests for the floor. Para 1E is approved, so therefore para 1 is approved. We will now move on to para 2, which begins, encourages parties. I note that they are in brackets when we turn over. According to national and subnational priorities, circumstances as appropriate. We all had lunchtime work. May I call on the parties who are able to review para 2 to bring to us our text which provides a resolution. I see Canada. Canada has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada met with European Union and South Africa colleagues, and we agreed to the following language. In the last line, after sustainably used marine and coastal biodiversity, comma, it now would read as taking into account national and subnational priorities and circumstances, comma, where appropriate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Canada. And as I understand, after biodiversity, it reads, taking into account national and subnational priorities and circumstances where appropriate. Yes? So I put the newly formulated paragraph 2 to the floor. I see no request for the floor. The newly formulated paragraph 2 is approved. Thank you, that small group that worked on it. Greatly appreciated. Paragraph 3, request the Executive Secretary. I see no request for the floor for paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 is approved. Paragraph 4, welcomes. I see no request for the floor. Paragraph 4 is approved. Paragraph 5, request the. I see no request for the floor. Para 5 is approved. Para 6, urges parties. I see no request for the floor. Para 6 is approved. Now we come to paragraph 7, and there are 2 areas with brackets. The first starting with highlighting, and the second starting with appropriate. I believe 2 different groups were working on these 2 areas. So I'd like to ask the group that was working on the highlighting the need area to come forward and indicate the progress on that. Thank you. I see the EU has asked for the floor. EU.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. With a great spirit of cooperation together with China and South Africa and Canada, we have agreed on a compromise which reads, highlight the need for area-based marine conservation as set out in the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework, comma, including Target 3. Should I repeat? Highlight the need for area-based marine conservation as set out in the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework, comma, including Target 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the group for coming up with this compromise text. So I put that bit of compromise text out to the floor and ask if anyone has any requests to the floor for that bit of compromise text. I see the EU.
Yeah, no, sorry, just a matter of grammar. It should be highlighting. Sorry, as it starts out in the original text here, highlighting the need. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. So the text highlighting. Let's have the secretary read it for us, please, so that everyone can hear again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this text, which would replace the text that is currently in brackets in the first set of brackets in paragraph 7, would read as follows. Highlighting the need for area-based marine conservation as set out in the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework, including Target 3. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is before the floor. I see no request for the floor. That part is approved. We will use that text and remove the brackets and the words within the brackets. Thank you. Thank you so much to that group who worked on that. Greatly appreciated. Now the second bracketed area, appropriate access to marine genetic resources, and may I ask the group that was to work on this, if they came to a resolution, please. I see the UK has asked for the floor. The UK. you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The UK previously raised concerns around the language in the access to marine genetic resources section here and the sharing of benefits arising from their utilisation. Our specific concern had been around the term ensuring. As a result, this section was placed in brackets. We note that there has been some slight reordering of this section as well. We did meet with Malaysia to propose some possible preferred text, but we were unable to come to an agreement on this text. The UK's preferred language would have been and through supporting appropriate access, and then it would continue. I suggest that we put this back to the floor. Thank you.
So now we have to figure out how to get resolution for this bit. Anyone has suggestions? I see the EU is willing to come forward with a great yeah, excellent. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. No, we had a suggestion for perhaps middle ground here, and that would to be after including after the within the jurisdictional scope of the convention and its protocols, comma, to add as applicable before and recognizing. That would perhaps, in our opinion, be a way to solve those concerns, but it's, let's ask the parties whether, in our view, that would solve that concern. Thank you.
So to be clear, EU, you're saying that you would, well, what would you be doing with the bracketed area once you add the words before recognizing? Please clarify. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you. The point was that we could keep the bracketed text and then add as applicable after the protocols, because that would then take, in our opinion, that would take care of the concern raised by the UK. So that was just a suggestion for that.
Thank you, EU, for that suggestion. Let's hear from Malaysia. Malaysia, can you give us your intervention plus your views on dropping the brackets and using and as applicable, recognizing? Thank you. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malaysia, of course, would like to retain the text on appropriate access to marine genetic resources, and because that is the only part of the text that is bracketed besides the one with the numerical value. And we feel that this is important because it is one mechanism to ensure the sustainable use of marine genetic resources. Appropriate access reflects regulated and lawful access, and this will address the issue of overexploitation and illegal harvesting. So this text is important for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. And so there, my question to you is, keeping the text, so dropping the brackets, but keeping the text appropriate access, but also adding the words and as applicable before recognizing. Does that work for you? We'll come back to you. You can speak now. If you can speak now, yes.
Thank you, Chair. But we do not understand why the need of the term as applicable, because access and benefit sharing should be upheld, and this is one of the pillar of the convention. So as applicable seems misplaced here.
Okay, so we will ask EU to then explain the purpose of adding it, and then we will go to Egypt. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you. What we heard was concerns from the UK on the actually on previous texts. It's been reorganized a bit. So we thought that this would take care of that of those comments and those concerns. And if that is not the case, then that's it. This was an attempt for a compromise we thought could be accepted by all, but we hear what Malaysia is saying. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. May we hear from Egypt, followed by Australia, and I'm looking for assistance with getting this through in terms of compromise. So thank you, Egypt and Australia, for your ideas. Let's hear from Egypt first, followed by Australia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support the statement given already by Malaysia by keeping the text itself and deleting the brackets. At the same time, we are not very comfortable with as applicable. It doesn't make sense. After all, we are talking about the third objective of the convention as well as the Nagoya Protocol. So we request to remove as applicable as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let us hear from Australia, and then we'll go back to asking, okay, let's hear from Australia first, their ideas, and then we'll move on. Australia, let's hear from you, please.
Thank you. We would support the words proposed by the EU as applicable, and just by way of explanation, not every party to the convention is also a party to all of its protocols. So Australia, for example, is not a party to the Nagoya Protocol. So I think if there are concerns about what as applicable means, perhaps parties could read it as meaning not all of the protocols will be applicable to every party. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia, for that explanation. I see Malaysia has come back. Malaysia, you have your ideas. Please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to Australia, the part before the suggested term on as applicable, it is already mentioned within the jurisdictional scope of the convention and its protocol. So it is covered. So there is no need for as applicable. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I'm seeing that EU added it to help out with the concern raised by the UK, if I understood correctly. So then let's go back to the UK and see if we drop the brackets and don't have as applicable, well, what was, can you explain to us what the concerns were so that we can figure out how then to resolve that? So UK, please.
Thank you, Chair. Our concern was mainly around the word ensuring, so we would be happy with dropping the brackets if we could possibly remove that word.
So therefore, it would read appropriate access to marine genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits?
That is correct.
May I hear the thoughts of parties on the removal of the word ensuring? They're thinking about it, but Malaysia is here to tell us. For Malaysia and Peru, let's hear your view on this. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to come back again. The word ensuring was not bracketed earlier, so yeah, this has been discussed during contact groups, so, and it wasn't bracketed. Thank you, Chair.
I hear you, Malaysia. What if we were able to remove the brackets around appropriate access to marine genetic resources, just remove them all together and remove ensuring? But, so I'm saying, are you indicating that you would still have to bracket ensuring? Is that what you're saying? Just want to be clear so that we know where we all are. Malaysia?
The word ensuring is not currently bracketed.
So you want it to stay? Okay, clear. Very good. Thank you. Peru, let's hear from Peru and then Egypt.
Thank you, Chairman. The meaning of this text is to focus on those who have led to biodiversity loss. And it says, through appropriate access to marine genetic resources, guaranteeing or ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the utilization of marine genetic resources within the jurisdictional scope of the Convention. I believe that if we're going to remove the square brackets, then we should maintain ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits. Thank you.
So we will hear from Egypt, and then we will probably make a suggestion or two. Egypt, we're waiting to hear your resolution on this. Thank you.
Again, Madam Chair, we support Malaysia and deleting the brackets, but we didn't see the rationale for ensuring, because this is, it was, it was discussed for a long, long time, and we don't see why you want to delete it. We shouldn't delete it. We should keep it as it is. Thank you.
So therefore, thank you, Egypt. May I go back to the UK and see, can you give us a rationale for why you want to remove ensuring, and then maybe indicate if there's another word that could be used? I'm not sure where we would go, but just start with that, explanation of or rationale of why ensuring, so that we can understand and then figure out how we can move ahead with this. Thank you. UK?
Thank you, Chair. I think our concern around the use of the word ensuring was about what's actually feasible within the scope of this program. So we had suggested supporting or facilitating to make it more feasible. But in the spirit of moving us along, we would be happy to retain the current wording. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I appreciate your flexibility. So if I understand, we are dropping the brackets and the text will read, and through appropriate access to marine genetic resources and ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the utilization, and continuing as is in the text. Is that what I understand to be correct? UK, you have the floor.
Yes, that is correct, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. So we put this to the parties without the brackets around appropriate access. I see we have no request for the floor, therefore I'm bringing before you the entire paragraph 7 with the changes that we've made in the two areas. I see no request for the floor. Para 7 is approved. Thank you for your flexibility. Para 8 urges parties. I see no request for the floor. Para 8 is approved. Para 9 notes the role. I see no request for the floor. Para 9 is approved. Para 10 notes. Now, para 10 is in brackets. I can see that. And we asked parties to look at that and see if they could help us with this. Do we have any reports from the floor on working through this? I see Malaysia. You have the floor. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. This paragraph was supposed to be in 9bis and not para 10, and as it was added during the contact group session and it has not been agreed upon. Upon discussion with Norway and FAO, Malaysia is willing to compromise, as we note the important role of FAO, who is a very important agency to advocate for conservation and sustainable use of fisheries resources among its member countries. However, the current formulation of this paragraph does not adequately portray the work and capability of FAO. Therefore, Malaysia would like to suggest some edits to reflect this. Our suggestion is as follows. After developing guiding materials to insert, conducting regular capacity building programs, providing technical support and promoting technology transfer, and a final edit would be before facilitate to insert advocate and. Thank you, Chair.
Malaysia, don't go quite as yet. Could you just let us know, tell us that again, please, the added text,
Okay,
please.
sure.
Thank you.
After developing guiding materials to insert, conducting regular capacity building programs, providing technical support, and promoting technology transfer. Before facilitate to insert advocate and.
Thank you, Malaysia. We'll have the Secretariat read it out to make sure that we have it. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we understood the text to read as follows, following the terms developing guiding material, we would have conducting regular capacity building programs, providing technical support, and facilitating technology transfer to advocate and facilitate the implementation, and the paragraph continues on as it is currently written. Thank you.
Malaysia, was that the correct interpretation of what you had said? Malaysia?
Yes.
Yes,
Chair.
okay,
Thank
thank you. So we are putting forward to the parties the new formulation of 10. Is this something is acceptable to parties? Can we accept the newly formulated 10? I see no request to the floor, so therefore the newly formulated 10 is accepted and approved. Thank you. Thank you for your flexibility. I appreciate it. Now we move to para 10, which also is in brackets. Sorry, 11. Yes, I still can count. Yes, 11, para 11, which is in brackets. I will ask the parties who were working on this to come forward and indicate where they are in the resolution of this. I see the EU has asked for the floor. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to resolve this, but actually, I think this had more to do than of the understanding of the para. So unless we would support keeping it in as it is, but we didn't have the time to resolve this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So therefore, for para 11, I see we have 4 parties coming forward with resolution texts. Okay, thank you. So we hear from Egypt first, followed by China. Egypt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see why we keep it as it is. We should eliminate, delete the bracket itself. After all, this new treaty is coming very, very soon. It is true that they are having negotiations, difficulties, whatever, but it will come very, very soon. So we should be leading the whole process, and therefore we would like to delete the brackets. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are moving forward the suggestion of moving the brackets. China, what is your opinion on that? So please indicate that and also provide your intervention. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We believe that this is only one process or convention about marine conservation. There are other processes and conventions. According to what happened in the morning concerning the suggestions regarding other paragraphs, our suggestion here, therefore, is that we do not only mention BBNJ only, but also other conventions as well. Our suggestion is that participating in the process of other biodiversity-related conventions. Thank you.
So China, could you reiterate, please? And I'm sure you're doing it in the spirit of compromise and flexibility. Indicate what it is that your changes are. China.
Our suggestion is participating in the process
Biodiversity Related Convention.
in the place of what we have in the past, participating in the Intergovernmental Conference on International Legally Binding Instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction.
Thank you, China. Now hear from Malaysia, followed by Colombia. Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia actually has the same concern as China, but Malaysia is willing to compromise if the following amendments are considered. To delete fully on the last line, and then after framework on the same line, to add upon adoption of the instrument as appropriate.
Thank you, Malaysia. So I'm going to go back to China and ask so then Malaysia has similar concerns of yours, but they have a slightly different take on it, and they are changing the text a bit with a different view in mind. I'm asking you to first think about what your view is about Malaysia's intervention. So I'll come back to you, but in the meantime, I'll go to Colombia and then Canada, and then we'll go back to you, China. So Colombia, let's just hear from you, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to see this paragraph without brackets. We do want the specific mention on this intergovernmental conference because it gives us, it assures us that we'll have a sufficient area to actually establish conservation measures and, for example, attain the 30 by 30 target, for instance. And we believe that the suggestion made by Malaysia is quite appropriate and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us hear from Australia, followed by the EU. Australia.
Thank you. We also support a specific reference to the BB&J negotiations in this paragraph. So just to recall that this is a decision dealing with marine and coastal biodiversity. There is a significantly mature and well-advanced negotiation of a proposed treaty dealing with marine and coastal, marine biodiversity. It's appropriate to reference it here. Discussions in that intergovernmental conference have also been cognizant of developments within the CBD space. So there are linkages there, and it's appropriate that we recognise them in this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear now from the EU, please.
Thank you. We had a similar line to take as Australia just mentioned. The title of this is actually has to do with the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of various beyond national jurisdictions. So we think there's a need and a very appropriate place for a specific reference to this negotiation since our objectives are so related. So we would definitely need this para in. Thank you.
Thank you. But how do you feel about Malaysia's tweaking of the wording? Is it something you can accept?
Well, there was many caveats in it. First, they deleted the fully, right? And then they added something in the end.
At the end, upon adoption.
Yes. So we would like to retain the fully in this case because this is a package deal. You have to. It's a set of negotiation objectives that's set out in the GA resolution 72/249. So it would make sense to to fully take this into account. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. We'll hear from the UK, followed by Brazil, and then we'll come back to you. UK.
Thank you, Chair. We would very much agree with the position of Australia here, that this is a very, very important paragraph to note the ongoing negotiations that are taking place and also what the EU just said. I think we could be flexible on the deletion of the word fully. I think it doesn't necessarily add significant value in this paragraph. I would suggest not adding the upon adoption at the end, though, because these negotiations are still ongoing, and so it would be prudent for the negotiators in that that discussion to take note of the framework once adopted here. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Let us hear from Brazil. Would you please give the floor to Brazil, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a spirit of compromise, Brazil will be ready to keep the specific mention to BBNJ. If we remove, as proposed by Malaysia, the wording fully. Thank you.
Thank you. So therefore, hearing parties' views, I'm asking, is it possible that we can show flexibility, leaving the para as is, but removing the word fully? Is it in the spirit of compromise and showing flexibility? Is it possible to leave the wording in para 11 as is, with the removal of the word fully? I see China. China, you have the floor.
谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair. This delegation concurs with what Malaysia has suggested, that is to delete fully. But BBNJ is only one process. It is our hope that other conventions, related conventions, can be referred to. We are also showing flexibility. Therefore, other biodiversity conventions we would like to add, including BBNJ. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. Let's hear from Argentina, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For my delegation, it would be important to maintain the words as appropriate proposed by Malaysia and by Colombia. We are not convinced that the word fully necessarily needs to remain in the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a minute, please. parties. So please hear this possible compromise. We don't know where we'll go with this, but let's hear this possible compromise. And then we will listen to the two folks who have asked for the floor. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yes, or you have, we can go with you first and then you can hear our thing. No, let's hear the parties first and then we'll come back with our thing, yes. European Union followed by Australia. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this was just a question to our Chinese colleagues, because we wonder what other related conventions, which one you refers to here. So we don't quite understand it. So please, can you elaborate a little bit on that? Thanks.
China, are you able to respond, please?
目前的话，
Currently, we're also in the process of developing the convention on plastics.
Okay, China has responded. We'll just hear from Australia and then we'll come back. Australia?
Thank you. A couple of observations. One is just that we already have an earlier paragraph in this decision, paragraph 9, which notes the relevant global and regional bodies and initiatives, including a long list of already existing conventions, including a large number of biodiversity-related conventions. And then we're inviting those bodies to support the implementation of the GBF. Then we think paragraph 11 is doing something quite different in that we are addressing a group of parties who are negotiating a new biodiversity-related instrument and asking them to take the GBF into account. So we think it makes sense just to refer to the BBNJ negotiations in the context of this paragraph, and there's no need to include every other biodiversity-related convention to whom we've already addressed ourselves in paragraph 9. And then in relation to the fact that there's also ongoing negotiations of a plastics treaty, that comes to be addressed in paragraph 13. So we do think with that in mind, it's appropriate to have paragraph 11 just addressing those parties negotiating the BBNJ treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Egypt, I'm waiting to hear your ideas of how to resolve this. Egypt?
Well, certainly we support Australia because it is in favor of very specific issue that deal with genetic resources. But when it comes to other conventions like the marine or the plastic pollution, it is very evident in paragraph 3 in the page second, the second row. So we urge China, please, to remove these other related conventions because each one has very specific objectives and functions as well. So this is very specific for marine genetic resources beyond national jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you. And the text we're going to propose will not work at this point. So therefore, I'm going to come back to China and ask if it's at all possible to go with the Malaysia proposal in the removing of fully, but leaving the rest of the paragraph as is. I am asking for your flexibility on this, China. Is this something that you are able to do, please? China? China, you have the floor.
谢谢。
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are also ready to show flexibility. Just now, within our delegation, we had some consultation. In order to advance this process, we can follow the Malaysian proposal regarding this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So, taking the Malaysian proposal where we remove the word fully and we drop the brackets of the paragraph, is this acceptable to parties? Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Would Malaysia's suggestion on the final addition to the paragraph, whether is it considered upon adoption of the instrument as appropriate?
Are we, Malaysia, are you able to be flexible on giving that bit up? Or is it, do you need it there? Are you flexible on giving that bit up? Malaysia?
Thank you, Chair. I would need some time to consult with my head of delegation on this.
Okay. In the meantime, we'll hear from Australia. Australia?
Thank you, and thank you to colleagues for their flexibility on this paragraph. In our mind, the addition to the end of this paragraph proposed by Malaysia, we're having a little bit of difficulty understanding in as much as we see this paragraph as being directed at the parties participating in the intergovernmental conference, so in the upcoming negotiation session scheduled for February, for those parties at that time to consider the GBF so that that can be factored into the negotiation of the new instrument. With the addition from Malaysia, we would be inviting those parties to only consider the GBF once the instrument has been adopted, if I'm understanding the suggestion correctly. So I think that would change in quite a significant way what this paragraph is doing. So our preference would not be to have those words, because we think that we do want to be directing the parties to consider the GBF as they go about negotiating the new instrument. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I am going to give Malaysia a little time. So for, at the moment, it still remains in brackets, but we have agreed to remove fully. And then we'll give them a little time to come back to us and speak about their flexibility in dropping the last bit of the framework. So we'll park para 11 at this time. And we'll move on. Is that acceptable to parties? Okay. Let us move on to para 12, which does not have brackets, and it begins with requests. I see no requests to the floor. Para 12 is approved. Para 13. This has brackets and begins with welcomes. There were some countries asked to look at this and see if they could come up with a way to move forward on this. Do we have anyone from the floor willing to come forward and indicate what success they had in coming forward with a proposal for this? I see no requests to the floor, therefore, may I propose that we delete everything from 2 to plastics that's in brackets? Is this something that we would go with? So this, having the sentence stop at process and delete everything from 2 to plastics. I put this to the floor, para 13, ending the sentence at process. I see the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would suggest lifting the brackets that are there and retaining the text. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from others. Let's see from Australia, Egypt, and the UK. Australia, you have the floor.
We support that proposal from the EU.
Egypt, then the UK, followed by Colombia.
Egypt support also EU and Australia to retain the text and remove the brackets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the UK, followed by Colombia. UK?
Thank you, Chair. UK would also support lifting the brackets from this paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll ask one more, and then I'll put another proposal to the floor. It's Colombia. Yes, Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would also like to support your proposal and lift the brackets.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the parties so far who have spoken want to lift the brackets for 13. Are they all the brackets, or just, so then it would read, under this process to develop an ambitious international, and it would go right to the end of plastics, where we keep everything in para 13 minus the brackets. I'm putting that proposal to the floor, and I see Canada would like to take the floor. Canada?
Yes, Chair, just we can support your proposal.
I see Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair, we are also supporting the proposal. Thank you.
So I will ask if anyone disagrees with this proposal. I see Iceland. I know that they're coming to support it because they put their hand up too early. Iceland, let's hear from you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, we like to support the suggested going forward.
Thank you, Iceland. So we will move forward with para 13 without any brackets, so the text remains. I see no request to the floor. Para 13, as is, without brackets, is approved. I'll go to para 14, which does not have brackets. Begins with encourages. I see no request to the floor. Para 13 is approved. 14 is approved. So para 14 is approved. Moving to para 15, starting with requests. I see no request to the floor. Para 15 is approved. Para 16 encourages. I see no request to the floor. Para 16 is approved. Moving on to para 17, welcomes. I see no request to the floor. Para 17 is approved. Para 18, requests. I see no request to the floor. Para 18 is approved. Para 19 also welcomes. I see no request to the floor. Para 19 is approved. Para 20 further welcomes. I see no request to the floor. Para 20 is approved. Para 21 requests the Executive Secretary. I see no request to the floor. Para 21 is approved. Para 22, I see that we have brackets around nature-based solutions and. I see Philippines. You asked for the floor. Philippines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines strongly supports the retention of nature-based solutions in the paragraph and will not be able to accept its deletion. Thus, we suggest lifting the brackets from nature-based solutions. As expressed through the joint statement in COP15 Part 1, NBS is already recognized in the ASEAN region as instrumental in adaptation and mitigation measures in support of global climate efforts under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and along with its official definition through the United Nations Environment Assembly Resolution 5/5, NBS plays an essential role in the overall global effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals including effectively and efficiently addressing biodiversity loss, climate change, land degradation, desertification, food security, disaster risk, among other challenges. In light of the concerns about the potential misuse of the concept of nature-based solutions, the UNEA resolution also clarifies that it respects social and environmental safeguards in line with the 3 Rio Conventions, including such safeguards for local communities and indigenous peoples, and that it is cognizant of and in harmony with the concept of ecosystem-based approaches identified under the CBD and other management and conservation approaches, carried out under existing regional and national policy, legislative frameworks, and established under relevant multilateral environmental agreements. Nature-based solutions is already widely recognized by different sectors of society, and we find this vital in encouraging inclusive nature-positive actions. We are hoping for the support of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. I didn't intend to spend much time on this paragraph, noting that these powers have been unresolved in many, many areas in these discussions. And therefore, I was proposing that the that the brackets remain and it be dealt with at the L level. So my proposal for the parties is that we approve paragraph 22 with the brackets as is for this to be resolved at the L level. I see 2 parties have asked for the floor. I would like to hear your opinion on that, plus give your intervention. UK, you still need to be the floor. I see you disappeared, or you're there. Okay, Egypt. Egypt, followed by the UK. Egypt.
Madam Chair, Egypt supports strongly what already Philippines said for all of the good reasons that she mentioned. In addition to that, the outcome of climate change COP27, they have decisions related to the nature-based solutions. And actually, it is not a concept anymore now. There are many, many projects already being implemented by many countries and many, many conventions. However, if we succeed in elevating it, that will encourage other fora that they can deal with it as we did. So we should be leading on that rather than waiting until we see other people what they think about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you. We hear from UK, followed by Brazil, and then South Africa. UK?
Thank you, Chair. We would very much support Philippines on their intervention and request to retain the nature-based solutions in this paragraph and remove the brackets. Thank you.
Let's hear from Brazil, followed by South Africa, then the EU. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. Brazil understands that this concept is not well established and that a UNEA resolution decided on consultations on how to implement it. So we are not ready to lift the brackets. In a spirit of compromise, we would agree with your proposal for leaving it in brackets, but otherwise we are against lifting it. We would prefer to remove it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm appealing to the parties. May we leave it in brackets and approve this paragraph with the brackets, with the understanding it would be dealt with at the L level, hopefully when this particular issue has been dealt with across the board. Okay, I see we have 3 parties who are still asking, no problem. South Africa, followed by the EU, then Chile. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We concur with Brazil that it would be premature to include it here, and we should await the outcome of other discussions in the convention regarding this. And we would accept your proposal of keeping it in brackets in the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. May we hear from the EU, followed by Chile. EU?
Thank you. We would like to support the Philippine proposal and support the inclusion of it in lifting the brackets. Thank you.
And then Chile, may we hear from you, please?
Gracias.
Thank you, Chairman. Like others, we support the Philippines proposal, the UK and the EU proposal that we include nature-based solutions and we delete the square brackets in this paragraph. We would like to see this wording in this text. Thank you.
So in the spirit of compromise, well, not necessarily compromise, but time is the issue here, and the fact that this particular issue is being discussed in many areas in this COP, and therefore I'm asking your indulgence in allowing us to approve Para 22, keeping the brackets, and we let it go to the L, and it be dealt with at that level. I'm appealing to you on this because of the time issue, and this has been discussed at the contact group. This issue has been discussed in many other areas at this COP meeting that we're at, and I'm appealing to you and asking, are we please able to approve it with the brackets with the understanding it would be dealt with at the L level? I'm seeing no requests for the floor, so therefore I understand that the parties will accept my proposal, and therefore paragraph 22 in its state at this time is approved. So 22 approved. We will now go back and see if Malaysia has been able to help us with Para 11. Malaysia, may I call on you now? Ms. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have consulted my delegation on this matter, but before I proceed, can I just know the outcome of the outcome of Para 13, just before I move on? Because we actually had intervention on Para 13 as well, but we didn't manage.
The outcome for Para 13 is that it remains as it is without any of the brackets. So the text stays.
Sorry?
The text stays in Para 13, no brackets. So imagine Para 13 without any brackets. So it would read, work under this progress to develop an ambitious international legally binding instrument, etc., to the ending with plastics. Okay, so then you may go ahead and let us know your great flexibility in Para 11.
Thank you, Chair. So after consulting my colleague, we would like to propose another option which may be able to clarify the text better. So we would like to propose, after take into consideration, to add the outcome of post-2020 GBF, and afterwards to add in its negotiation as appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Malaysia. The Secretariat will read it to make sure we have it right, please. Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Chair. The text would read, encourages parties and invites other governments participating in the Intergovernmental Conference on an international legally binding instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, to take into consideration the outcomes of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework in its negotiations as appropriate. Thank you.
I therefore present para 11 to you in this format. I see no request for the floor. Para 11 is approved. Thank you for your flexibility. So therefore, I will give you the entire CRP 9 with all the amendments. So CRP 9 is approved. It will now be converted into an L document for consideration by COP. Thank you very much for your flexibility. We will now move on to CRP 8 on the COP item 20A2, EPSA's further work. So we have before us CRP 8. As in the contact group, co-chairs they explained the contact group met on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of December, had productive discussions on this. However, the brackets remain in the preamble of paragraph 2, where the footnote is, so you wouldn't see it in the text itself, you'd have to look down to the footnote where you see 1, and that's in brackets. Then we have paragraph 4, which has 2 footnotes associated with it, and then we have para alt, 4 alt and 4 alt bis, para 9, and all of the annexes which are referenced in paragraph 4. We hope that the delegations will be able to use intervening periods since the contact group to find agreement on this bracketed text, and we've moved forth with confidence, knowing that we will come up with a resolved CRP, and we can move forward with this process. Thank you. So here we are, CRP 8, let us begin. It begins with the conference of the parties. And I'll take that with the first preamble paragraph, reaffirming Articles 4 and 22. I see no request for the floor, so that part of the preambulatory area is approved. Now we're looking at that preambulatory paragraph, recalling United Nations General Assembly, which has the footnote in brackets. I see Takir. Takir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to keep the footnote 1 and leave the brackets in footnote 1. For Turkey, preambular paragraph 2 and footnote 1 are inseparable due to her well-known legal position with regard to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Turkey can accept preambular paragraph 2 only if footnote 1 will be kept as it is. However, we are also aware that some parties expressed their objection to footnote 1 during the contact group meetings. Hence, we would like to propose the addition of a new footnote below as a compromise solution. New footnote for preambular paragraph 2, Turkey dissociates itself from the reference made to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea that she is not party to. Participating in this conference cannot be construed as a change in the well-known legal position of the Turkey with regard to the said instrument. Thank you.
Takir, could you give that to us again, please? In dictation speed. Thank you, Takir.
Okay. Turkey dissociates itself from the reference made to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea that she is not party to, full stop, participating in the conference cannot be construed as a change in the well-known legal position of Turkey with regard to the said instrument.
Thank you, Turkey. We'll now hear from the EU. EU, you have the floor.
We still cannot accept number one, can we? Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the suggestion by Turkey. However, we would like to see the footnote 1 removed, since the EU and its member states think that UNCLOS is the legal instrument governing all the activities carried out in the ocean seas. However, we know, of course, and we have heard from Turkey that there are other opinions of other parties. So what we like to suggest, and I think this is going in towards the direction Turkey just suggested, that we use the 3-footnote option, which was drafted at COP14 in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2018, and replace footnote 1 with these 3 footnotes. And of course, since one part of the Sharm el-Sheikh footnotes was by Turkey, they can decide which one to use. Of course, we would like to see it in writing or spelled out that we can check it. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Let us hear from Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Colombia is very committed to the work carried out under this contact group, and we wish to thank the co-facilitators for their hard work. However, Colombia, as a non-party of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, supports this text and would like to see it be retained and without brackets. We consider that this footnote helps to make the clarification about our current status and the rights and non-parties of this convention. Thank you.
I see UK, you have the floor. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would support the EU's intervention on this item and request deletion of footnote 1 and the compromise position of falling back to the COP14 footnotes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you. We agree with the EU and the UK.
So therefore, I propose that we use the same method that we used at COP14 in having separate footnotes. We have accessed that information from COP14, and if agreeable to parties, may we use those footnotes. I see you can think about this is what you would like to do. I see the Russian Federation has asked for the floor. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we like to join voices who like to keep those footnotes as they were developed before. I like to remind all parties that the process to carefully craft those footnotes was a very complex one, and we found a reasonable solution. So we should not open it and make this exercise again, but rather at this point of time, including the point of time of developing on this agenda item, we better keep it as it was agreed before, and we go ahead and not really wasting our time on this very complex discussion, which also, in our understanding, to a certain extent, will be continued into intersessional period, and we may find probably by COP16 maybe a more elegant solution. But for this point, we urge parties to keep it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Let's hear from Egypt. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very complicated issue that had been going on for some time now. But the proposal by Russian Federation is acceptable for the time being because we are not affording to spend more time on that issue that already been there for many years now. So to be simple, let us go and try to finish this important document as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. So therefore, I propose that we use the footnotes that we used from before, as the exact same process that we did in COP14. I can have the Secretariat read those footnotes, present them to the party, and we can move ahead. Is that acceptable? Okay, so Secretariat, would you read those footnotes, please?
Thank you, Chair. Again, these are footnotes coming from the COP14 decision on EBSAs, which was decision 14/9. There were 3 footnotes, one for each of the countries addressing their concerns on this issue. The first reads as follows. Turkey dissociates itself from the reference made to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, to which it is not a party. Participating in this conference cannot be construed as a change in the well-known legal position of Turkey with regards to the said instrument. The second footnote reads as follows. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela considers that the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is not the only legal framework that should govern all activities related to the seas and oceans. The third footnote read as follows. Colombia reaffirms that the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is not the only legal instruments governing all of the legal activities carried out in the oceans and seas. The participation of Colombia in this conference does not affect its status or rights, nor can it be interpreted as a tacit or express acceptance of the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, an instrument to which Colombia is not a party. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So may I propose that we use the exact same format as we did in COP14 and have the 3 footnotes be used in place of this one? May I propose that? I see no request for the floor, so that is approved. We will accept that preamble paragraph with a change in the footnotes. Thank you for your flexibility. We're moving ahead at the next preamble paragraph, starting with reiterating. I see no request for the floor. That preamble paragraph is approved. Next, noting the negotiations. I see no request for the floor. Noting that preamble paragraph is approved. Also noting the report. I see no request for the floor. Also noting that preamble paragraph is approved. Further noting, I see no request for the floor. That preambulatory paragraph is approved. Noting that, I see no request for the floor. That preambulatory paragraph is approved. Para 1 expresses its appreciation. I see no request for the floor. Paragraph 1 is approved. Paragraph 2 welcomes. I see no request for the floor. Paragraph 2 is approved. Paragraph 3 decides. I see no request for the floor. Para 3 is approved. So we move on to para 4. So I know that the contact group did a lot of work here, so there are two packages being offered to the floor. Para 4 with the annexes, or Para 4 alt with 4 bis, 4 alt bis. So therefore, I see Norway. Norway, you've asked for the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marine issues has for a long time been a bit in the background for other issues on the CBD agenda. And we believe that this should not remain to be the case. In the light of the need to sustainably manage the increasing level of human activities in the marine environment, we think it's timely for this COP to adopt the proposed modalities for descriptions and revising EBSAs as contained in Para 4. This will allow for the EBSA process to deliver its important knowledge into the relevant management process as soon as possible and will contribute to strengthening the knowledge base for implementation of GBF in marine areas. Protection is one of the possible outcomes of these management processes when needed to address sustainable use. Norway is ready to adopt the proposed modalities for describing and revising EBSAs contained in Para 4 of the CRP. We know from the open and constructive discussions in the contact groups that other parties has another view on this. That is also why we contributed to develop paragraph 4 alt in the contact group. We appreciated those discussions that produced these two clear alternatives. However, we think that what is most important is to continue the process describing and revising EBSAs. It is unfortunate if we are not able to decide on the annexes at this COP, but we can be flexible and lift the brackets on the 4 alt and 4 alt bis, and thus delete Para 4 and the annexes from this CRP. And we're looking forward to constructive intersessional work on the EBSAs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Norway. We greatly appreciate your flexibility. So therefore, may I put that to the floor? May we delete Para 4 and the annexes? So therefore, I see that Malaysia has a request for the floor. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia appreciates the effort by the co-leads of the contact group in facilitating the discussions. And however, again, this was once again not concluded, and Substar in Geneva also clearly mentioned that sufficient time is required, and this clearly did not happen in COP15. And so Malaysia repeats our expression of disappointment over such outcome, and because the success of Target 3 relies on the expedient outcome of this paper, as it has been noted in the earlier preambular paragraphs that the description of EBSAs as a scientific process may contribute greatly to this target. So the proposal of 4 alt and 4 alt bis shows the commitment among members of the contact group to continue to work towards finalizing the modalities for modification and description of new EBSAs. So Malaysia hopes that the Executive Secretary and the Bureau of COP and its subsidiary bodies show the same commitment to facilitate parties to conclude the negotiation of this decision. Malaysia is not agreeable to accept this paper in its current form and is in favor to support 4 alt and 4 alt bis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I take it you agree with the proposal to delete Para 4 and its annexes? Yes. So I see there's a list of parties. Are these parties against removal of Para 4 and its annexes? Are you against the removal? I'm just asking that question. That's the question on the table now. I'm asking Those parties who are against removal of para 4 with its annexes. Okay, so we have 2, Canada and Japan. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, it is just 2 points. First of all, to strongly agree with the previous statements on the disappointment, once again, about not having adequate time. So certainly share that frustration. But no, Chair, I wanted to, just a point of clarification as co-lead on this non-paper, using the term deletion of operative paragraph 4 is correct, as it's an alternative to 4 alt. However, that would not entail the deletion of the annexes, but the annexes would remain in brackets, as that is the subject of the intersessional work outlined in 4 alt. So just a clarification for the room, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May we hear from Japan, followed by the Philippines?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to support the idea of continuing the discussions. So Japan is in favor of keeping 4 alt and 4 bis, and I would like to seek the same clarification as distinguished delegate of Canada has just raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from the Secretariat, and then we go back to the next party. Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. So on this specific point, I just want to provide some clarification regarding the annexes, and specifically the fact that 4 alt currently does not refer explicitly to the annexes. This was, I believe, briefly discussed in the contact group, and what is reflected in 4 alt, although the annexes are not referenced, it refers to the annex to Substa Recommendation 24/10, which was the basis for the annexes contained in this paper. The understanding that went into this into the CRP was that that provided a starting point for the discussions, just as it provided a starting point for the discussions here, and thereby we would not need to put all of those annexes in bracket in this paper, but rather refer to that Substa recommendation, which likewise has all of those annexes and modalities, as thereby being the basis to continue the discussions on these issues. So I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I hope that clarifies any issues. I see the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Chair. We are of the view that the contact group that was created has done a significant amount of work to seek out a compromise solution on how we can move forward. And they prepared a good alternative paragraph, that of 4 alt. We're of the view that paragraph 4 can be deleted, and we're fully ready to withdraw the square brackets from 4 alt, and the Secretariat has provided us with a very clear explanation, an acceptable explanation about this proposal, and we're of the view that we need to maintain these sentences as they are the basis for our future work in the period running up to the 16th COP. We will be using these annexes, the annexes to paragraph 4, and this is something that we can fully support. Regarding 4 alt bis, well, we are of the view that it's not necessary and it can be deleted simply because we, of course, are of the view that issues of marine biodiversity and IPSIS are extremely important. But in the subsidiary body on implementation and SBSTA, as well as COP16, there will be many other issues that will all need enough time to be discussed, and therefore we believe that it's perhaps not correct to request either the Secretariat or the other subsidiary bodies to have to do this further work. Therefore, we propose that 4 alt bis should be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. So therefore, what I understand the parties to be agreeing to is to delete para 4, with the understanding that we can delete the annexes since they are referred to when we talk about in 4 alt, the second moving into the third line, outline annex the recommendation of 2410 of the SBSTA. So is that your understanding too? So may we delete para 4 and the annexes on this document? I see no request for the floor, so therefore moved 4 alt. Now I see that we have the contact group worked really hard. Many parties have alluded to that, and you have come up with text to indicate the way forward. So I'm proposing that we drop the brackets for 4 alt and accept 4 alt in its entirety. Is this something the parties can agree to? I see no request for the 4 alt is approved. I see that a party indicated for 4 alt bis that it be deleted. May I propose to you that that we delete 4 alt bis and propose that a note be put in the working group report indicating, such as I noted as a chair that many parties highlighted the need to ensure that sufficient time is allocated, and I can use the wording in this para, is allocated for deliberations and modalities for modifying descriptions of EFSAs, using the wording here. Is something like this acceptable? A note in the working group report. So we delete 4 alt bis, and therefore have, instead of that, a note in the working group report. Is this acceptable? The Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thanks a lot for this, from our perspective, very elegant solution to mention the need for additional money, money of course as well, but time as well, in your note and putting it into the report. Thank you for this suggestion.
Thank you, Russian Federation. So therefore, this is before you, the deletion for 4 alt bis, and instead a note from myself, using very much similar text in this paragraph in the working group report. I see no request for the floor, so 4 alt bis is deleted. So with respect to 4 will now look like 4 alt only. I see no requests for the floor. The new 4 is now the text that's now in 4 alt. Paragraph 4 is now approved in that format. Thank you. Thank you very much for your flexibility. Thank you for the hard work of the co-chairs of that contact group and all the parties within that contact group. Moving on to para 5, request the executive secretary. I see no request for the floor. Para 5 is approved. Para 6. I see no request for the floor. Para 6 is approved. Para 7. I see no request for the floor. Para 7 is approved. Para 8. I see no request for the floor. Para 8 is approved. Para 9. I see in para 9, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines up, 6 to 7 lines up. They're in brackets. and the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas. Let's see which party is going to be the first to suggest a compromising way of moving through this issue, having resolved. Oh, we have two parties coming up with compromising text. I cannot thank you enough. I see the EU followed by Australia. The EU?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to give it a go. With respect to UNDROP, we don't think that is relevant in this respect, in this paragraph. However, so we would like to see it removed. However, to even more streamline the whole paragraph, we would like to suggest the following, which is to delete the words after consent, so the deletion starts with in accordance, all the way to the end of the bracket around UNDROP. So this would all go, and then it would read with a free, prior, and informed consent as one of the key pieces of information, and so on and so forth. I think by doing so, we would avoid lengthy discussions and make the paragraph more streamlined and get actually to the key points of the whole undertaking in this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. So Australia is the next to the floor, so I'd like you to give your intervention plus give you your feedback on that idea. Australia, you have the floor, followed by New Zealand.
Thank you. We agree with what the EU has proposed. We think it's a sensible way forward and should help us hopefully avoid lengthy discussion without omitting anything essential from the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Let's hear from New Zealand. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand was one of the parties that had specific text that they needed to see in that section, and we would just confirm that the proposal put forward addresses our concerns, so we would be happy with the deletion. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. So putting forward to the parties, para 9 with the area from in accordance to all the way to rural areas being removed. So then it would read, local communities with free and prior informed consent as one of the key pieces of information. Continuing. So we're putting the new formulated para 9 before you. I see no requests for the floor. The newly formulated para 9 is approved. Just a minute. Give me a minute. Thank you. The Secretariat highlighted the point that in para 5 there is a reference to the annexes, and since we've agreed to remove them, we will make the editorial changes that would be needed for para 5. Is that acceptable to the group? Thank you. I see no request for the floor. So therefore, this means that CRP 8 on ecologically, biologically significant marine areas further work has been approved. It will now be converted into an L document for consideration by the COP. Thank you so much for everyone's great efforts with this, especially the co-chairs, all the parties. Your great spirit of compromise and flexibility is indeed amazing. Thank you. So permit me to go back to the CRP 6 on biodiversity and agriculture, where we parked 2 paragraphs. So bring before you CRP 6, that's biodiversity and agriculture. And we had 2 outstanding paragraphs of concern. That was paragraph 5, and then within the annex, paragraph 3. So paragraph 5, I would invite a certain party to take the floor. On paragraph 5, the parties that were asked to resolve it, for some reason, Just a minute, please. So I'd like to invite Argentina to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Co-Chair. And I can happily say that after discussing this bracket with my colleagues and understanding their rationale, in a spirit of compromise, we are prepared to lift the brackets and keep the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. We appreciate your flexibility. So we are proposing for Power 5 of CRP 6 on agriculture that the brackets will be dropped. It will read the text, all will be kept without the brackets. So I'm putting Power 5 to you and asking for your acceptance and approval. I see no request for the floor. Power 5 without the brackets, but with the text, is approved. Thank you. Now I bring before you Power 3 of the annex, and I will ask, just in the same request as I did in the previous CRPs, that we keep the brackets where reference to nature-based solutions and ecosystem approaches. We keep those in brackets to be elevated to the L level. I'm asking for your approval of paragraph 3 with that text remaining in brackets. I see no request for the floor. Therefore, CRP 6 in its entirety is approved. An L document we prepared for consideration by the CEO for the COP. Thank you so much. Moving swiftly along. And thank you so much for your spirit of compromise and flexibility. It is greatly appreciated. We will now consider CRP 10 on the Cartagena Protocol, item 10, financial mechanism. So that's CRP 10, I hope you have it before you, matters related to the financial mechanism and resources. A CRP was prepared considering the inputs received during the first reading of the document. Paragraphs related to the financial mechanism coming from other agenda items have also been reflected in the CRP. In particular, those related to detection and identification of LMOs, the Biosafety Clearinghouse, assessment and review, and monitoring and reporting. Some of the paragraphs have been reflected in the list of areas in paragraph 3C of the CRP. During the first reading of this item, there was a request to make funds available to developing countries for the implementation of the GBF, focusing on Target 17. The GEF 8 replenishment addresses providing support to developing countries from the implementation of the GBF broadly. It does not single out specific targets. It would be difficult for the COP to request support for one target and not others. I would invite, however, for a new proposal that transmits the importance of ensuring that resources are also allocated to Target 17. A proposal could be to include after paragraph 3, also recommends that the COP in adopting its guidance to the GEF, invite the GEF to highlight the importance of providing implementation support towards Target 17. As requested by the co-chair of the contact group on item 7, I will allow parties to introduce text related to resources for the implementation plan and the capacity building action plan from the discussions held in the contact group. When we consider the CRP, I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 3A of the CRP, responding to the request for specific funding to support eligible parties to implement the Cartagena Protocol. it may be possible to accommodate the discussion on the issues coming out from this contact group in this paragraph. As an item under the Cartagena Protocol, I will give priority to parties to the protocol. So therefore, we will now begin, going para by para. So you have CRP 10 in front of you, and we will begin by looking at it. We have first the preambulatory paragraph, starting the conference of the parties. I see no request for the floor. The preambulatory para is approved. Para 1 welcomes the 8th replenishment. I see no request for the floor. Para 1 is approved. Para 2 notes with concern. I see no request for the floor. That Para 2 is approved. Para 3, the preambulatory bit, recommends. I see no request for the floor. I see a request for the floor from Togo. Togo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Togo is taking the floor on behalf of the African group regarding the discussions that we had in the contact group. Paragraph 3 is an important element for the African group, and it also links up with CRP 11, which we will look at later. We left the brackets in 11 before. We left them in 11 so as to take a look at CRP 10 first. And our issue under CRP 10 is under 3A, where we proposed that a specific window be created here for the financing for the Cartagena Protocol to be implemented. We made a proposal. I will read it, but perhaps I will read it in English, as the proposal was made in English and I didn't have the time to translate it.
Donc, il s'agit du 3A.
So this is for paragraph 3A.
Donc, nous voulons.
We want there to be a 3A bis, in which we will add the following.
So request the JEF to establish a funding window for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol and its implementation plan and capacity building action plan, and create a simplified process to enable access to the fund. J'ai essayé de lire.
I tried to read a bit in English. Perhaps the Secretariat can help us to better present this proposal.
Togo, we think we have it, so the Secretariat will read it, and you'll let us know if we captured your request or your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal from Togo, it's A bis, and it's request to the Global Environmental Facility to establish a funding window for the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol and its implementation plan and capacity building action plan, and create a simplified process to enable access to the fund. Thank you.
Did we capture it, Togo? It appears so. Togo, you have the floor.
Oui, il y a le.
Yes. There's the window that perhaps I didn't hear. Was that included?
Yes, the Secretary mentioned establishing a funding window.
Yeah, okay, it's okay.
Yes, okay, thank you. So we'll now hear from Gabon. Gabon, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Gabon would like to support the position being presented by Togo on behalf of the African group. Chair, as you know, at the end of the Nagoya process, the Cartagena Protocol had a implementation plan, but unfortunately the funding mechanism was not implemented. And we were facing this situation, and this is why we truly support this window, the window that was presented by Togo on behalf of Africa, a window that will ensure that this protocol and all those activities linked to the protocol be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Gabon. We'll now hear from Nigeria, followed by Zimbabwe. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Nigeria supports the position of Togo. Thank you, Mr. President. The issue of the fund is on one side, and the issue of access, ability to access it, capacity on knowing how to access it is a very significant issue. On that note, Nigeria supports the position of Togo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Zimbabwe, followed by Burkina Faso. Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zimbabwe supports the proposal made by Togo on behalf of Africa. This proposal is driven by the challenges faced by African countries in accessing funds for biosafety activities under GEF. During discussions for the implementation plan and the capacity building plan for the Cartagena Protocol, Africa noted the need for more work on the implementation of the protocol, given that most countries have established biosafety frameworks. There's need to identify resources for supporting this work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. We'll hear from Burkina Faso, please. Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Burkina Faso fully supports the proposal made by Togo on behalf of the African group. Speaking on behalf of all the African countries, we would like to remind you that the analysis done of the 14th report of the implementation report of the Cartagena Protocol recognizes that there's a gap in some countries in ensuring full implementation, and access to the fund, a simplified access, undoubtedly would enable these countries fully to implement all of the actions and the regulatory framework for the full implementation of the Cartagena Protocol. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we hear from the EU, please? EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. We do understand the need to access the fund and the necessity for the process to be simplified in order to allow for all countries to be able to successfully implement the protocol. However, we have a slight issue with the 3A being placed where it is, because the 3 has the chapeau recommends that the conference of the parties and then invite the JAF. Therefore, we are a bit hesitant about adding as 3A bis to request the JAF. In addition, we are a little bit, we are thinking a lot about the wording funding window, as we are concerned that this particular phrase is used in a very concrete and directive manner within the context of JAF. And in fact, we are concerned that phrasing funding window might not be within the mandate of the COP to be agreed as such. And therefore, such direction to the JEF would not be actually, the COP would not be actually having the mandate to adopt such a direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Give me a minute, please. Okay, so thank you so far. Let's see. So we'll just amend the wording so it's in line with everything else. For ABIS is what I'm referring to. So it could say to establish a funding window for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety and read exactly as before. So we would take the request to the Jeff because you pointed out we've invited the Jeff previously to that. Now I understand the concern about the funding window. Is this possible? You're concerned about that. So may we ask the Jeff to actually give us some clarification on the possibility of this? Is that something that the parties can agree to? That we can ask the Jeff and see if this is possible? And then we will get to the three parties who are on the floor. Is that okay? Yes, so keep your lights on. We will speak to the Jeff and then we'll get back to the parties who requested the floor. The Jeff, can you take the floor, please? Jeff? I see the Jeff. Jeff, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the question, or the request for clarification. First of all, I'd like to start off to say that since the Cartagena Protocol came into force, the JEF has always had an objective in its strategy to help parties go through the ratification process, but also build capacity to implement the Cartagena Protocol. And that objective continues to this day and is embedded in the JEF 8 Biodiversity Focal Area Strategy under our Objective 2, where we aim to support parties to implement the Cartagena Protocol and the Nagoya Protocol effectively. With regards to the request to develop a funding window, the COP has the capacity to tell the JEF what to do, i.e. help countries implement the action plan, but not the operational how of how we would do that. And that's where the funding window becomes problematic. That's operational guidance, which is not in the purview of the COP. Thank you very much. That is, in fact, the purview of the JEF Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate you giving clarification on that. So I imagine we would have to look at the wording for this now. So we have 4 parties. So let's hear from Namibia, followed by Zambia, Brazil, and then Togo, and then we try and figure out how we can word it so that we can get what we need to get. Okay, so Namibia.
Thank you, Chairperson. Namibia would like to support what has been said by Togo, but I think we will also follow your what you said right now, that we can actually look for the wording to replace that word window funding if it's not what we can actually request COP to do. We can find the right words for that. But definitely funding is needed to implement the Cartagena Protocol. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So in the meantime, I'm welcoming parties to start thinking of what that wording might look like, because I know we've always worked together to come up with this text so that we can move forward. So in the meantime, I'll ask Zambia, followed by Brazil, then Togo. Zambia.
Madam Chair, Zambia supports what has been said by
the African group. And the wording, if only it could emphasize the access and the getting of this fund for the implementation and capacity building for the Cartagena Protocol, then that would be well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could you just repeat that again so that we get that, so we can think about how we're structuring that sentence? Could you please, Zambia, give us that again, please?
I was saying, Chair, the emphasis is the access. So if the access for the purposes of implementation and access and capacity building could come out strongly, then that would be okay. Because the challenge is the access. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're doing our best on working on text, but we also welcome party support for this. In the meantime, let us hear from Brazil, followed by Togo, then South Africa. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Brazil welcomes and congratulates the African Group proposal on this issue. We consider a very important suggestion to be included in a recommendation from MOP to COP regarding guidance to the GEF. And I want to take this time to thank the GEF representative for his explanation. We're aimed very important debates in this COP regarding resource mobilization. The contact group one, the contact group on resource mobilization from work group one is meeting at this moment. And we have heard a lot that the GEF is the financial mechanism of the convention. And I think that we just heard a very clear explanation why it's interim and why it should be replaced by an appropriate fund, because GEF is not under the authority of the COP, and we need something under the authority of the COP. So COP can task the financial mechanisms to provide the financial resources to those parties in need. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to clarify to all why GEF isn't fit for purpose to fund GBF. We need something urgently stronger and under the authority of the COP. But I'm making this final part of my intervention to highlight this important issue, but I fully support to include the test proposal by the African group regarding the funding window to be included as one of the letters under paragraph 3. And I think it's a matter of editorial in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. We'll now go back to Togo, followed by South Africa, then Egypt. Togo, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On behalf of Africa, I would like to welcome the statement made by the GEF, which has given us a little more clarification, a little more clarity in providing that comment. If you follow the proposed text closely, I think that there are two directions, if you will, or two different recommendations. Perhaps the conference is not going beyond its purview. As I see it, the conference can express wishes about how we would like to see the funding function so that states have access to different GEF funds. And that could perhaps guide the mission, provide some kind of advice, as the representative of the GEF said. Perhaps I haven't been fully understood, but we can express our wishes.
Les orientations qu'il faut. Nous comprenons.
And then we can be given guidance but I don't think we're speaking beyond the purview of the conference. It's not a requirement, it's simply a recommendation. And as I see it, the recommendation is not a requirement that we're placing on the GEF. Those are the comments I wanted to add, Chairman, to the African proposal made earlier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll hear from South Africa, followed by Egypt, then Gabon. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. South Africa appreciate the guidance from the GEF and note the concern of the Africa Group and resonate with the statement made by Zambia that the challenge is to access from the biodiversity focal area. Even though they have an indicative allocation for biosafety, I just need to remind you that the Cartagena Protocol is a transboundary instrument, and the GEF support should ensure that it supports the benefits of all parties to enable them to implement the protocol. The current allocation structure under the window is not helping to achieve the objectives of the protocol in developing countries. In this scenario, we are not likely to adequately implement the capacity building and the implementation plan that is sitting before us. Therefore, the GEF should consider at least pilot projects that focuses on the thematic issues, such as the risk assessment, the regional harmonization projects at a bare minimum. As such, I would like to propose a new formulation that will also assist the work going forward. You may allow me, thank you. ABs, and 3 ABs, to consider the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety in the 6th review, and also consider the feasibility of a dedicated standalone star allocation. May I repeat, Chair? 3 ABs, to consider the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety in the 6th review, and also consider the feasibility of a dedicated standalone allocation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So if I understand, South Africa, you are proposing this in lieu of what Togo had proposed. Is that what you're saying?
I've listened on to all the what the GEF has indicated, as well as the current status, just to provide us with a process and given the opportunity that is sitting before us. Thank you.
Just to clarify something, South Africa, is the 6th review with the Secretariat? We just want to know in terms of placement where that would be, or that would be the GEF. I'm being advised by the Secretary, it should be with the Secretariat. But go
It
ahead.
should be with the Secretariat.
Yes, so then we need to consider how we would place this, because maybe have it at the bottom. It's a new paragraph where we would, request the Executive Secretary to consider this. Is this something we would have, South Africa? So putting it as a separate paragraph, probably at the end, you see the request the Secretary, Executive Secretary to identify all of that. So maybe also request the Executive Secretary to, and use your wording.
Yes.
Is this something? Yes.
Yes.
And you're saying this is a proposed instead of what Togo had proposed? Or we
It
would
can
have
be
both?
as an addition, ma'am.
In addition, all right, okay, thank you so much. So I want to hear what parties think about this. Can we hear from Egypt and then Gabon? Egypt?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we fully support the statement made by the African group, but I think we are here covering two different points. The first one is the simplified access to the fund, and the second point is the separate GEF window. And I think the text that has been proposed by South Africa covers the second point, which is considering the need for a new window. But it does not cover the issue of facilitated access to the fund. And with this, I have some text that I would like to propose with regard to the facilitated access. I will read in dictating speed. Request the GEF to create a simplified process to ease the access to GEF funds, to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol, its implementation plan, and the capacity building action plan. A possible addition to the text that has been proposed by South Africa is, I'm not sure if we are able to do that, but since the GEF has said this is a things to be said by the GEF Council, maybe we could add some language like requesting the GEF Council to consider establishing a separate window for the Cartagena Protocol. I'm not sure if this is okay, but if it's not, or to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us see if we have that. Just a minute. I'm going to consult. Thank you for your patience. So we have hearing all the parties. I have a possible solution. So I'll have the Secretary read a proposed A3A bis, which hopefully captures all our concerns. And so, Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It will read, to improve access to its funding for the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol and its implementation plan and capacity building action plan through a simplified process. I will read it again. To improve access to its funding for the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol and its implementation plan and capacity building action plan through a simplified process. Thank you.
So we have this proposal. Yes, we still will talk about the review at the end of 6. So that's still there, but we'll get to it when we get to 6. But I just want to know if, especially from Togo and Egypt, make sure that their ideas have been captured in that. Is this something that we can agree to, or at least at this stage? So can I see Togo and Egypt again? I see Egypt nodding, so we don't need to take forward. Togo, can we hear from you, please?
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The proposal put forward is something we can go along with because one aspect has been borne in mind, and that's namely accessibility to the fund. So there's one remaining important issue for us. And at this stage, I would like to propose the following. Rather than what has been said, we could simply say, and create, to the extent possible, a financing window. That's the only element that would need to be inserted. And then I think it expresses a simple wish, so to create, to the extent possible, a financing window, et cetera, et cetera. And then you retain the proposal as read out by the Secretariat with regard to access. Thank you.
Okay, so the Secretariat will read it again, including this, and then we'll get parties' thoughts on this. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you. With the new addition, it will read, to improve access to its funding for the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol and its implementation plan and capacity building action plan through a simplified process and create, to the extent possible, a funding window. Thank you.
So, Togo, yes, okay. Togo, yes.
Yes, it's okay.
All right, okay, so now we hear from other parties. Their thoughts on this proposal, please. Gabon, followed by Côte d'Ivoire. Gabon.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I think that you've made a good proposal taking into account the suggestions from Togo on behalf of the African group, as well as Egypt and South Africa. I think that I will refrain from providing further text because this text is acceptable to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon. Let's hear from Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Norway, then Uganda.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the conversation here allowed us to elaborate on the position that was proposed at the very start by the African group. What's important for us here is to raise the importance of the window, in particular, so as to achieve the various goals under the Cartagena Protocol. And of course, it's important to take into account the modalities for the implementation of this fund. And I think we can support the position that has been proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire. So we hear from Norway, followed by Uganda, then the EU.
Thank you, Chair. Norway is skeptical to this suggestion, and we would like to support the comments made previously by the EU and thank the GEF Secretariat for its explanation. We agree that the COP should not make decisions on operational matters, as these are of the purview of the GEF Council, and we would also like to remind parties that a separate budget line under GEF 8 is dedicated to supporting eligible countries to implement the Cartagena and Nagoya protocols. And eligible countries can choose how to use their STAR allocations. Issues of access to GEF are being addressed in the discussions on resource mobilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from, with that in mind, let's hear from Uganda and then EU, followed by Malawi.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. I want to reiterate support with regards to the African position in the need to create a funding window, but also improve access. And with this regard, I would like to emphasize that the element of extent possible is removed from the text, and then we can have improving access to its funding for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety, support parties in implementation through a simplified process, and create a funding window. And if possible, Madam Co-Chair, the element of funding window could come first within the statement, and still reiterate and thank Togo for the statement made on behalf of Africa. Thank you.
So just a minute before you go, you've added quite a bit of text. Is that what I understand, or you are leaving it as is, just with your explanation?
For clarity, if I may add, I'm saying the element of extent possible makes it a bit not very clear, and I'm emphasizing the fact that what we need is a funding window, and as well emphasize the creation in the beginning of the text, and as such read, to create a funding window, and then later on the element of improving access to its funding for the Cartagena Protocol to parties in implementation comes next. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's hear from EU, followed by Malawi, then Nigeria, and then we'll come back to you as to see where we'll go forward. EU, followed by Malawi. EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. We would like to support Norway in its declaration, and also to remind everybody of what we have heard here today from the JAF, which is that the funding window is unfortunately not something that is in the purview of the CUP, but rather of the JAF Council. And therefore, we are not sure that it should be included here. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. We hear from Malawi, then Nigeria, and then we'll just pause for consultation. So, Malawi, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Just to support the proposal as it is, and also the amendments that have been made by Togo and Uganda to strengthen the position that was presented by Africa. As we see that this is something based on the explanation and our understanding from the GEF, this is something that can be conveyed as part of the recommendations that have come out of this COP. And from our understanding, the GEF Council acts on what has been recommended or proposed by the Conference of the Parties, and we feel this is one such issue that can be considered, and there is a way maybe that this can be conveyed, maybe this can be improved in the paragraph that has been submitted by the African group to allow that process to happen for consideration at the GEF Council. But I don't see that this should be a limitation to allowing that to happen, because a COP does make recommendations for the programmatic areas that can be focused on by GEF. And the establishment of that window is very important in this regard, and we really urge parties to allow that consideration to happen and not just focus on what could not happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Malawi will now hear from Nigeria, and then we take just a minute to come back to you. So go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Africa wants is very clear: delegated fund and ease of access, and if you like, capacity to access it. We appreciate the statements by Jeff, and we want to say that Africa stands to be guided on what term should be used or how it should be stated for it to be agreeable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just give me a minute, and I will, unless Gabon has the resolution text. Gabon, you have the resolution text? If you do, I'm willing to hear you. Yes, you go right ahead.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Chair. We are of the view that Nigeria has clarified the situation in saying that perhaps it's an issue of understanding in terms of what is being described here. We're talking about a fund for allocations and how this will be implemented. I think this isn't something that needs to be reformed. It's an element that we need to seize here. And I urge Norway and the European Union to understand that what Africa wants is greater funds allocated to this protocol, as well as greater access to these funds. And we ask them for understanding in terms of what we are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Just give us a minute to consult. I'll be back to you shortly. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. So it's not a new idea. It's that we're asking the parties to come with compromising text for 3A bis, please. We've identified 5 parties, with including Togo, EU, Nigeria, Norway, South Africa. Togo, EU, Nigeria, South Africa, Norway. Egypt, yes, Egypt, to look at this and come up with compromising text that we can use to move on with this document. And if that's acceptable to parties, we'll ask you to do that. But we do have until, what, 6 or 7? We have interpretation until 7. Just give me a minute. Is it possible that we can work on this now if I gave you 20 minutes, the magic 20 minutes that we worked on the last time? If I gave you 20 minutes, is it possible that those parties could work on coming up with compromising text? Is this possible? I see Switzerland is coming to the floor with a great suggestion. So Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just maybe to help, if possible, to find a consensus. I would also say that I support the preoccupation of the Norway. I said that also in the working group already. So I would, taking into account the fact that we cannot order something to the GEF, I would propose to, but there is a problem with the modalities of access and it needs an improvement. I would propose that for the A bis, to add bis to improve and simplify the modalities for access to its funding and leaving the sentence as it is, but with the deletion of the last part for a window, because I think it's not a possible thing. But we mention also at the second that there is a concern because there are few projects, and I think the African group and the countries need to have a help in asking for this fund as well. And then we can see if it's enough or not enough. And then I will add, as the Secretariat proposed, at the end of the text as a 7 or a second paragraph of the 6, and also request the Secretary to analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol while considering the dedication of the funding and report at the COP MOP 11. And then we would have data of how it works, how it doesn't work, and we can report, and of the basis of that, maybe it will give the possibility to change the modalities and with good data. It's my proposal. Thank you.
Switzerland, myself as an English speaker, did not get it all. So I know that everybody did not get it all, but thank you. Can you please repeat it so that the parties can hear? The Secretariat will record it, and then we'll ask how parties view this. Switzerland?
Thank you. Sorry for that. For the A bis, to improve and simplify the modalities for access to its funding for the Cartagena Protocol and all the text that you already gave, or the African group already gave, with exception of the last sentence, and to create as possible a finance window, because there is not to the COP, as we said, to ask for that. But I would also add at the end of the text a work for the Secretary to analyze the situation of the funding and to report to the next COP MOP. And my wording, which are not good, is also request the Secretary that will be a second paragraph to the 6, and also request the Secretary to analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol while considering the dedication of the funding and report at the COP-MOP 11. The idea is asking the Secretary to make a report on how it works. And sorry for my quick wording, quick and dirty wording.
In the meantime, while we figure out if we have it all, let's hear from Egypt, and then we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we are mixing 2 points here. We are asking for a specific window for biosafety for the Cartagena Protocol, and the other issue for a facilitated access to the fund. I could see some merit in splitting the 2 points. And I think we could soften the language with regard to the window. We can say, request the GEF Council to consider the possibility for a funding window for the Cartagena Protocol. So just asking them to consider that. And the first the first point will be requesting the GEF to create a simplified process to ease the access to GEF fund to support eligible parties in implementing the protocol, its implementation plan, and the capacity building action plan. So these are 2 fully separate points. Mixing them in one phrase might dilute what we want. And I think we as parties can ask the GEF Council to consider a windows if we think that is for the best of our for implementation of the protocol. Thank you.
Okay, I see you're trying. You're trying again. We have many options here. So we are softening how you ask for the window, and we are separating the issues. So we're requesting the GEF to create a simplified process supporting the implementation of the protocol and its implementation plan, classified action plan. And then that's separate from, what was the wording? Give us the wording again, please.
Request the GEF Council to consider the possibility for a separate funding window for the Cartagena Protocol. Thank you.
All right, we still have, as far as I'm aware, unless parties have changed, we still have the 2 sides. So we need to figure out this. I don't want, I cannot, I will not live with brackets. I won't be able to sleep ever again if I have brackets. So I'm going to ask those 6 parties to please Togo, Nigeria, EU, South Africa, Norway, Egypt. Please, is it possible that you can meet now? And Switzerland, yes, Switzerland to help with their bits too, please. We ask you, these 7 parties, to meet now. If it's possible, we give you a little bit of time, 20 minutes, to figure out where we can be, what we could say that what makes the parties able to move forward. So thank you for volunteering to be in this group and for agreeing with this procedure. So please, 20 minutes, please, and we will hear back from you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Just note the session will go till 7, so we have translation until 7, so we just need to get this done quickly as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you for agreeing. Thank you for your flexibility. Thank you for working with me. 20 minutes, please. Thank you. I know that we have great text coming out now, and I'm excited to hear what that is, because I know this group insists on moving without having brackets, and I really am appreciative of that. So therefore, I'm welcoming you back, and I look forward to see which party will take the floor to share your compromise text. Thank you so much for taking this time. This is greatly appreciated. Therefore, we are resuming. So I would like to hear I see Egypt is taking the floor. Egypt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had some lengthy discussion, and we agreed to have 3 para, not only 2. So the first one will read as follow, and I will ask the colleague to rectify me if I miss something. The first one, to improve and simplify the modalities for access to its funding for Cartagena Protocol to support the eligible parties in implementation of the protocol for its implementation plan and the capacity building action plan. So this is the first one. The second one, to request the GEF Council to examine the possibility to create a finance window specifically for the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. And a final bullet point to read as also request the Executive Secretary to analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol in the 6th review while considering the modalities to establish a standalone window for biosafety for consideration by COPMOP 11.
Would you read all 3 of them, please, again? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. So the first one will be to improve and simplify the modalities for access to its funding for Cartagena Protocol to support the eligible parties in implementation of the protocol for its implementation plan and the capacity building action plan. Second point will be to request the GEF Council to examine the possibility to create a finance window specifically for the Cartagena Protocol. And the last one would be also request the Executive Secretary to analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol on the 6th review while considering the modalities to establish a standalone window for biosafety for consideration by COPMOP 11.
Thank you, Egypt. I see we have Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
I would like to thank my colleague from Egypt. We just made, and sorry because we just made a small language amendment at the end of the last sentence, if you agree, would be while considering the relevance and process of creating a stand-alone window for biosafety for consideration by COPMOP instead of modalities. It seems that it's more the language which is accurate for this kind of demand. If the delegate of African group in Egypt and others agree with that formulation, that would be.
Could you repeat that again, please?
sorry, it's for the last sentence, the last part of the last sentence of the paper, while considering the relevance and process of creating a standalone window for biosafety for consideration by COPMOP 11. Thank you very much.
I see Egypt nodding, so thank you. So may I ask Egypt, but the placement of this, it would be after 3A, or what is the placement?
Madam, I think that the first one should be after 3A, and the second para should be standalone because you are requesting the GEF Council, not the Executive Secretary. So this should be a standalone para.
So the second and the third, yes, okay. Okay, therefore, I'm going to put forward 3 with A, and A bis, which is what Egypt and the parties decided on, then B and C. I'm putting forward paragraph 3 to the parties. I'm asking if this, and how it is laid out, the 3, with a new formulation, is acceptable. So 3, and then A, and then the new one we just added will go between A and B, so that'll be A bis. Then B will continue as usual, and then C with the continue as usual. Is that reformulation of 3 acceptable? I see no request for the floor. 3 in its entirety is approved. Thank you. So there are now 3 bis, the additional ones, which has the 2 parts. Which would talk about 2 requests. So we would have to have requests. It would say, it would start requests. The GEF Council to examine the possibility to create a finance window specifically for the Cartagena Protocol. All right. And then the other one is standalone also, or as part of that, just to understand the placement. Egypt?
Request to the Executive Secretary so it could fit into the para as well.
Okay, so might just have a preambulatory saying request Executive Secretary, and then A would be the first one to examine, and B the next one to analyze?
We think it could be at the end of the para, so it should be like 3D or something at the end of the para.
So not a separate?
No, not a separate, because you are asking the Executive Secretary as well.
Okay, so we are suggesting that because we do the request to the Executive Secretary usually at the end, you know, it is 6 has that request to Executive Secretary, we can add those 2 there. Is that acceptable? Yes, okay. So therefore, that'll be part of 6, if that's okay. All right, so we have approved 3, so now we need to look at 4. 4, oh, I see the EU, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we got a little bit lost of what's included where now, because that doesn't seem to be what was discussed there. In any case, we think we should invite the GEF, because that was the language that was agreed in the informal group right there, as the Switzerland at least noted it down, and request the Executive Secretary in 2 points under the 6.
Okay, I will give it to the Secretariat to explain the to explain where it can, using that wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand correctly, the proposal is to insert after 3C a new paragraph, 3 bis, which reads, invites the GEF Council to examine the possibility to create a finance window specifically for the Cartagena Protocol. Then the last element of the proposal of the agreed text would be reflected under the existing paragraph 6, which contains the requests to the Executive Secretary. There was already text in the CRP, so that existing text would be placed under 6A, and then the new text would come under 6B. So the full text of 6 would read, requests the Executive Secretary to A, identify and communicate sources of funding for biosafeties to support parties that do not have access to global environment facility resources, and B, analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety in the 6th review, while considering the relevance and process of creating a standalone window for biosafety for consideration by COPMOP at its 11th meeting. Thank you.
So therefore, is this placement acceptable? So we have approved 3 with the new bit. Yes, so we are now going on to 4. 4 doesn't have any additions. That's urges parties. I bring before you paragraph 4, urges parties. I see no request to the floor. Paragraph 4 is approved. So let's look at paragraph 5, encourages parties. I see no request to the floor. Paragraph 5 is approved. So now let's look at paragraph 6, where we have made our additions. And I know, okay, so yes. So let's just for sake of clarity, I'll ask the Secretary to read out the new paragraph 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paragraph 6 would read, requests the Executive Secretary, then A, to identify and communicate sources of funding for biosafety to support parties that do not have access to global environment facility resources. And B would read, to analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety in the 6th review, while considering the relevance and process of creating a standalone window for biosafety for consideration by the COPMOP at its 11th meeting.
I see the EU. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to amend slightly the original para. We believe that the sentence or the original para should finish at to support parties, and we believe that the rest of the sentence is not really necessary, because all parties that are eligible have access to the GEF resources. So the sentence would read, requests the Executive Secretary to identify and communicate sources of funding for biosafety to support parties. If the idea was to identify other sources, that could be specified, so it could read something like to identify and communicate further sources of funding or other sources of funding to support parties. Thank you.
And just to be clear, that would be 6A, because then we would have our formulation we spoke about in 6B. Yes, so then we were saying 6A would say to identify and communicate other or just sources of funding for biosafety to support parties. So I'm gonna say to identify and communicate sources of funding for biosafety to support parties, or should we have the other in there? Okay, so I have no request for the floor. So then we will have to identify and communicate sources of funding for biosafety to support parties as 6A. I see no request for the floor. 6A is approved. And then 6B, I can read it again. To analyze the effectiveness of the financial mechanism for the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol in the 6th review, while considering the relevance and process of creating a standalone window for biosafety for consideration by COPMOP at its 11th meeting. I see no request for the floor, so therefore paragraph 6, newly formulated, is approved. Thank you. So we have approved all paras in CRP 10, but as indicated before, I want to take them all as a unit, CRP 10, 11, and 12. So therefore, I would then now like to consider para 11 and 12 before approving the proposal of this, before approving CRP or gaveling it or turning it into an L document. So now I'll turn our attention to CRP 11. So let's bring that before us, CRP 11. On the Cartagena Protocol 7A, implementation plan for the Cartagena Protocol. As this is an item on the Cartagena Protocol, I'll give priority to parties of the Cartagena Protocol. And as we've heard from our co-chairs earlier today, the implementation plan was presented with, and it no longer contains annexes, so therefore I'm presenting it before you in its entirety as a whole. We will first consider the narrative part and then the table. So I'm presenting the annex to you, the narrative part, which is the first part, with the 7 sections. I see no request for the floor. The narrative part of the annex is approved. Then I present to you the appendix, which is the table. I see the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that was a little bit too fast. Just one editorial thing which basically holds true for CRP 11 and CRP 12, and that's the reference for the time frame. We have it in the title of the implementation plan as well as in the capacity building action plan. And there the reference is from 2021 to 2030. That's not really feasible anymore. So probably we need to adapt that and use the wording which has been, I think, also agreed on at the GBF. So something along the lines as, wait a second, for the period up to 2030. And that should then be used in all documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EU. So we have noted the period up to 2030 for that first para on the annex, the narrative part, section 1, para 1. And also para 2, and wherever else it shows up in this, and in the title, right? We will, it's the propose that we delete the dates in the title altogether, and then we just say in para 1 of section 1, remove 2021 to 2030 and just have up to 2030, and we'll do that wherever it appears, if that's acceptable to the parties. Thank you. So with that change in mind, we accept the narrative part of the annex, of the plan, the implementation plan. I see no request to the floor. That's approved. So we now look at the table on page 5 all the way to page 8. I see no request for the floor. The table is approved. So now let's look at the decisions itself. So may I beg your indulgence and ask that we accept all the preambulatory paragraphs as a whole, all of them, conference of the parties, recognizing, recalling, also recalling, welcoming, acknowledging, recognizing. I see no request for the floor for the preambulatory paragraphs. So they are approved. Regarding paragraph 1, I propose that we come back to that once we've cleaned the text in this CRP. Is that acceptable? That we come back to paragraph 1, please? I see that's okay, that's acceptable. So now let's turn to paragraph 2. As you see, there are brackets around this paragraph which have been inserted, subject to the adoption of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. As we have to agree on clean text now, I propose that we find language that is acceptable to all, so we not have time to resolve this later. So therefore, can we lift the brackets around para 2? I see no objection to this, so therefore we will remove the brackets from para 2. Para 2 without the brackets is approved. Thank you. Para 3 begins, I see the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Referring to para 3 and the reference to the biosafety target in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, in the narrative of the implementation plan, we use a different wording, and we suggest to use the wording we agreed to in the contact group in the narrative part, just for consistency. And what we agreed there was goals and targets relevant to biosafety within the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We suggest to use the same wording here. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's make sure we have that correct. So therefore, it would read the achievement of the goals and targets relevant to the biosafety protocol, the Cartagena protocol, or the biosafety relevant to biosafety. So relevant to biosafety in the post-2020 GBF. So let's get that again. So that's achievement of the goals and targets relevant to biosafety in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Is that, yes, okay. So I'm putting that to the parties. The newly formulated paragraph 3, South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We believe that not only the Target 17 will contribute to the achievement of the or has a relevant relationship with the Cartagena Protocol. We also recognize Target 19.2. It may play a role. The other sub-targets may also play a role. Maybe what we need to do there is also to recognize and other relevant targets that may, along those lines, that may assist in terms of the achievement of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and the implementation of the Cartagena Protocol. Thank you.
Okay, to be clear, South Africa, just to say that you're agreeing to using the general goals and targets.
Targets.
But say that again, it missed.
Targets.
Targets, yes, goals and targets. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. So with respect to the newly formulated para 3, I see no further requests to the floor, so the newly formulated paragraph 3 is approved. Thank you. Paragraph 4 urges parties. I see no requests for the floor. Paragraph 4 is approved. As you recall, in discussions on CRP 10 and financial mechanism, we found common ground, hopefully addressing resource-related issues. So I'm proposing that we delete paragraph 5, 6, and 7. Is this acceptable to parties? The deletion of 5, 6, and 7. I see no requests for the floor. So therefore, I see Togo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that in the first part of our statement, we did indeed establish a link with this document, and that's part of the question. So I don't know if perhaps you could give us a moment so that we could coordinate to see if we could retain it, because for me, what this is about is the plan for implementation. And the implementation should perhaps refer to some of the decisions, especially the CRP that we just adopted, which is actually valid, or at least based on the request that we had made as we had expressed it. Would it be possible to maybe keep 5 and then see how to reword it? See if we keep the paragraph in extenso with paragraph 3 referring to the last document and put it back in. Because in implementation, we could refer to or recall decisions that have been taken. So we might need some time just to coordinate and find a common position on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Togo. Just in the contact group, it was decided that these 5, 6, and 7 be taken together. If other chairs, are you able to go along with what the contact group decided in terms of way forward, in terms of grouping them together? Because I know quite a bit of work was done by the contact group, and there was agreement in grouping 5, 6, and 7. Togo, you have the floor.
Oui, Madame la
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I believe that this was exactly my request. It was to perhaps combine the 3 paragraphs, but just to ensure that it reflects what we've already decided when it comes to the financing mechanism, because of course, well, there has to be a link between the 2 decisions.
I see EU has asked for the floor. EU?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you said, at the contact group level, we decided to basically take all 3 paragraphs for 5, 6, and 7 and discuss them or their content under the financial mechanism issue and document there. And in my understanding, that's what we have just done. And in my understanding, that's where we have reached an agreement on. So I don't see the need of taking up the decision again or the discussion again. And after another hour or so, ending up with the same text. One possibility to accommodate the request made by Togo would be to add an additional preambular paragraph recalling decision and then make reference to the decision taking under the financial mechanism agenda item. So then we capture the idea of what we have just discussed. But we would not be in agreement of keeping para 5, 6, and 7 here, especially not 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EU. Thank you for the suggestion in possibly using the recalling. Togo, is this something you can be flexible with? Recalling the decision?
Oui, merci, Madame la.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to convey my gratitude to the European Union for this proposal, which is one which is thoroughly acceptable to us.
Thank you. Thank you. I see. So therefore, we would have that. Just a minute. So therefore, the last preambulatory paragraph for the decision would have wording recalling decision CP 10, whatever it is, on the financial mechanism and resources. If that can be acceptable, we can add that to the list of preambulatory paragraphs. I see no request for the floor, so that addition is approved. Thank you. So therefore, we can move ahead and delete paras 5, 6, and 7. I see no objection to that, so therefore paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 are deleted. I see para 8, that's before us now. Para 8 decides. I see no request to the floor. Para 8 is approved. I see para 9 also decides. I see no request to the floor. Para 9 is approved. I see para 10 requests the executive secretary. I see no request to the floor. Para 10 is approved. Para 11 requests the liaison group. I see no request to the floor. Para 11 is approved. Para 12 requests the subsidiary body. I see no request to the floor. Para 12 is approved. So therefore, we come back to para 1. Can we drop the brackets for para 1? I see no request for the floor. Therefore, para 1 without the brackets is approved. So therefore, CRP 11 is approved, but you know we took everything as a package. So now, therefore, I'll ask if we may go to para 12. Give me a minute to consult. Thank you. All right, thank you. So we will now move to CRP 12. So this is CRP 12 on Capacity Building Action Plan for Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety and Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Sampanaji Protocol on Liability and Redress. We will first look at the annex, please. And we will do the same changes regarding the dates. So we'll remove the dates 2021 to 2030 from the title, and we will have the same wording, which is up to 2030 for wherever that appears in the plan. So therefore, I bring before you the narrative part of the plan for approval. I see no request for the floor. I then bring the table before you for approval in the plan. I see no request for the floor. So I now go to the decisions. I'm taking all the preambulatory paragraphs as a batch and asking if this is acceptable for approval. I see no request for the floor. the preambulatory paragraphs are approved. And I beg your indulgence, so like we just did, that for paragraph 1, we come back to it until we have completely cleaned this CRP. So we'll now move, I ask your indulgence for that. I see no request to the floor, so we'll move on. Thank you for that. So para 2, I ask that we perhaps drop the brackets here. I see no request to the floor for that proposal, so we'll do para 2. We'll approve para 2 without the brackets. Then moving on to para 3, recognizes. I see no request for the floor. Para 3 is approved. Para 4, urges parties. I see no request for the floor. Para 4 is approved. The same proposal as last time, that we delete 5 and 6. Paras 5 and 6.
Should we have a preambular paragraph as well here? The recalling the decision.
So the secretary is asking, do we want the preambulatory paragraphs to recall the decisions? We can put that in. I see no request to the floor, so we'll put that preambulatory paragraph requesting the decision. So it'll come in the batch of, it'll be the last in the batch of preambulatory paragraphs. So this lines up with the other CRP. I see no request to the floor. That appears to be acceptable. So therefore, we approve that. And therefore, we move on and delete 5 and 6. I see that's acceptable, so we're removing 5 and 6. Then moving on to para 7, decides. I see no request to the floor. Para 7 is approved. Para 8 also decides. I see no request for the floor. Para 8 is approved. Para 9, however, has brackets. As you see, there are brackets, and I understand the contact group did not have final agreement on the wording, but it was discussed in quite some detail. And so therefore, in light of this, I propose to you to reflect the considerations in the group, and hereby I would like to read that to you if it's acceptable, and I will read it twice. So I'm proposing that a reformulated para 9 would read in this fashion. Encourages parties through their competent national authorities to identify relevant actors to support the implementation of the Capacity Building Action Plan as appropriate, noting the importance of avoiding and managing conflicts of interest, in accordance with national legislation. I'll read it again. We're proposing that the new formulated 9 will read in this fashion. Encourages parties through their competent national authorities to identify relevant actors to support the implementation of the Capacity Building Action Plan as appropriate, noting the importance of avoiding and managing conflicts of interest, in accordance with national legislation. I present this newly formulated para 9 to you. I see that there are no requests for the floor, so the newly formulated para 9 is approved. Thank you. So therefore, that means the entire CRP 12 is approved. Thank you. As we now have clean text in this CRP, I would now like to approve finally all as together as a batch, CRP 10, CRP 11, and CRP 12. May we approve all 3 CRPs? I see no requests for the floor. All 3 CRPs, CRP 10, CRP 11, and CRP 12 are approved. These 3L documents will be prepared for consideration by the COP. Now we have the Secretariat will give us a notification. Plus, I would like to remind you that we'll be having the 2 Friends of the Chair groups, that is on climate and Nagoya Protocol, Article 4.4. They'll be starting right away. Hopefully get a bite to eat first. And then tonight at 7:30 p.m., we will begin our contact group on synthetic biology. I thank you to all the parties being so flexible and working along with us. Thank you. I give the floor to the Secretariat to provide information. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to the parties to the Cartagena Protocol for finishing your program of work. Distinguished delegates, tomorrow morning there will be a meeting of the heads of delegation. This is following a request from the COP presidency, and the meeting will be held in this room at 11 a.m., and each head of delegation is allowed 1 + 1. So each head of delegation +1 will be in this room tomorrow morning at 11 for a consultation with the COP presidency. Please try and be in the room early, as access will be restricted. Thank you. And also note that the contact group on synthetic biology will run this evening. The Friends of the Chair on climate change will run this evening from 7:30. The Friends of the Chair on Article 4.4 of the Nagoya Protocol has been postponed to tomorrow morning, and it will meet together with the Friends of the Chair on biodiversity and health. I'm also reminded to remind you to visit the Oasis for a biodiversity experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So thank you so much to everyone. Thank you so much to the interpreters for sticking with us. The meeting is now adjourned. Have a great evening.